from sources, but now from Chinese state media, as China and Vietnam signed 45 bilateral cooperation documents.
You guys hear me? Morning, good morning. All right, cool. All right, so we're getting to a pretty important area here. Well, first of all, ES set our 30-second opening range, rejecting so far. But we really need to show interest. God, we've got so much room. So our 10% correction for this downside move is 5550 above us. We are into some singles here above 4475. And our previous month low is at 5510. So all this push above us on ES is kind of corrective in nature. And we're just kind of looking to see how we interact here. I know you guys are all really bullish, which is understandable. But as we approach that 10% correction, we need to be very careful. Because we could get another downside leg pretty quickly. But until then, we have some pretty easy levels on ES to play off of for the short term. We're just going to need to be careful as we get into that 10% correction up territory. Retesting our 30-second opening range here on ES off of our bounce, off of PVZ value high. Looks okay so far. Just need to show a lot of interest above this 80, and then we can start to rotate into day open. We're not going to be bullish until we show previous high as supportive, then we can start to rotate up. Till then, it looks just like it's going to need to build out our day open a bit more. If we can do this move where we hold, again, just our value high here and can start to build this up, that will be a really great sign for upside on the day. We can do something like
According to
this.
the SEC, the Commission finds it appropriate to designate a longer period within which to take action on the proposed rule change, as though it has sufficient time to consider the proposed rule change and the issues raised therein.
Till then, we have to be very careful about something like this, where day open is our rejection. We come down, and that leads
So this
to
is in regards to the SEC delaying
rotations here.
the grayscale Ethereum ETF.
Okay, cool.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the New York Fed inflation expectations. Also at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be greeting the El Salvador president.
Testing into our day open now on ES.
So again, at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be greeting El Salvador's president. That's at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. We have got a live video from CNBC on the feed for those interested.
All right, someone's knocking on my door. I will be right back. We're just going through our 30-second opening range here again. ES has to show interest over our 97 RTY high. Ensure that is supportive. If we can, we should be able to rotate up to 510. Just if we can build above our 30-second opening range, we're in a good spot. If that holds as resistance, we come back down and retest our lower edge that we have drawn on pathing. Again, I will be right back.
Italy and Germany's 10-year yield gap falls 8 basis points to a 1-week low. So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the New York Fed inflation expectations, which is inside their survey of consumer expectations report. Also at the top of the hour, Trump due to be greeting the El Salvador president. We do have a live video on the feed for those interested.
All right. Same rejection as before. 30-second opening range holding on ES. Pushing back down, retesting our previous low now as resistance. Should be a pretty clear test here, letting us know which way we want to go as we push into this 480, 485 area on ES.
Still expecting the New York Fed inflation expectations for 1 year.
See what we do. 40 seconds, still in 15s and news.
Just a reminder with a forecast of 3.26%. Prior was 3.13%. Does have a range of 3.5 to 3.21%. 10 seconds. .58%, 3.58% higher than the forecast of 3.26%. So with the New York Fed, with the 3-year inflation expectations held at 3% in March, New York Fed US 5-year inflation expectations edged down to 2.9%. 1-year, as said, inflation expectations rise to 3.58% compared to 3.13%. March year ahead inflation expectations at around 3.6%. Also, March year ahead home price gains expectations at 3% compared to February's 3.3%. Also, New York Fed says survey found accelerating food and rent expected inflation in March, and share of households seeing worse financial situation highest since October 2023. In March, households were more downbeat on finances and credit access. March expectation unemployment will rise highest since April 2020. In March, expectations stocks to rise at the lowest since June 2022. Also, keep an eye on the SIBO volatility index falling to the lowest since April 4th, last down 6.87 points at 30.69.
Okay. Continuing to make lower highs here.
Also in March, households are more pessimistic, or were more pessimistic about jobs and future earnings.
Need to see something pretty clear from buyers if we're not just going to continue down here. Got our rejection at our value high edge on ES after rejecting our day open, right? Just lower high, pushing down into our 72. We have a target below that at 65s. There's a good chance that we just chop here for a bit between our 70 and our 80 level until a decision is made. Right, just in between our PVZ value high from our previous period and our current period, right? So 83 and 72 here. Need to see a very clear breach of either side and hold for anything more. If you're in a short, I think it's fine holding runner, but if we continue to show just building in between here like this, then you might want to exit if we get back over value and show any interest. But other than that, downside is continuing, lower highs are being put in, sell side is clearly pushing down. For NQ enjoyers, this 100 level, very important, good first risk off. This is our 15-minute VWAP.
Unemployment fears hits worst level since COVID as tariffs fuel inflation outlook, according to the Fed survey.
If we cannot find a bid here at our 15-minute VWAP at this like 95, 100, I expect a rotation back down into our lows where these values are down at 42 for continuation. 77 first target and then 42 below that on NQ. ES just following our pathing, no change. Just watching the 65 level below us.
China's President Xi says China encourages Chinese firms to invest in Vietnam.
Pushing down into our VWAP here on Russell. A good risk off. Again, if we hold here, we'll have to look for a rotation back up to our POC shift. So we'll just move stops down a bit, and let's see how we interact here. Almost at target on NQ. We are at target on ES at our POC. We're looking for a move down to 59 and then 50 below if we're going to get the full rotation. Just following pathing off of our failure at day open. Decent amount of liquidity here into 50s. Move stops down, risk off a little. This is our value edge on ES, or on NQ, sorry. Below this, if we don't see a strong support here as we push down into this 50, we should be targeting 20 to 30 below. So just another like 30 points if this doesn't hold. But we should expect some bids here. Only makes sense. We look for a lower high, and then we look to see if we get then a continuation down into next target. This is our Russell POC shift test. Super important area. See if we find that bid and then retest into VWAP or not. This is what I'd be expecting.
Say China's President Xi urges China and Vietnam to ensure smooth trade.
Something like this, if anything. We watch and we retest our VWAP as resistance. If we can get over it, awesome. That's probably the end of the downside. If Russell VWAP holds as resistance, then it's just going to be a continuation down to our value edge below. So testing into it now, see what happens. Got you short, yeah. That one was pretty obvious. Glad you took it. So what we're doing right now is we're just retesting our 15-minute VWAP on NQ as potentially resistance here on the look below. So now retesting into our 100 level. This 100, 110 is just going to be super important to let us know if sell side is now in control or not for the larger, for a longer term, right? So right now we've just kind of like reverted back down to our value edge. Now it's about figuring out if we can recover and break the downtrends now that we've done our full value rotations down off of these failures. So if this this area above on NQ continues to hold, then I don't really see much change, and we should continue doing our downside pathing. But we need to see a bit more from sellers and buyers before I can kind of determine a position. Just in runners here from 132. Watching for a potential secondary leg. We traversed all the way down to targets across the board. So again, just waiting to see how we build out here. Don't have enough information on footprint as of yet. Morning sauce. Retesting lows here across the board. Let's see if we double bottom or if we can push below and then offer for that next leg. $30 till new 15s. I have one runner left as we push down into our lows. Again, average 132 on NQ. Just looking for this rotation into 020, 030.
Fed bids for 6-month bills totaling $3.3 billion and 3-month bills totaling $3.7 billion.
Russell coming down into target as we push down into our value. off of PVZ. This is basically target. We've got an offer sitting above into 60 to 70 on NQ. I could see us retesting that, and if we absorb there, then we could continue down, but probably need to retest into that 60 to 70 above. See what our interaction is here. This is our full pathing now on NQ that's played. We're watching to see from this move if this offer holds and if we can then continue down or if we're going to rotate back up. Unsure. RTY bouncing off target. This is our, again, PVZ value. See if we can break down trends or if this is just going to be a lower high. Not really sure. All I know is you should be in runners, if anything. And we need to see interest above this area on NQ. This is where our offer is sitting. And where we can break down trend, or this will just be our rejection and then continuation. Unsure. Not enough information, but it's very clear that we saw some absorption into this 60 to 70 area above on NQ. So just watching for our offer to be sitting there, if anywhere. Full pathing is now played on ES as well. We've pushed down into our lower value. We just need to see how our rotation now plays out. This is what we were watching. Failure off our day open, and then a rejection, and then continuation down.
At the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $76 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 4.175%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.82. The US is also due to sell $68 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4% and a prior bid to cover of 2.79.
So here's our test. This is Russell into our VWAP as resistance, ES into VWAP as our resistance, and NQ into our offer here into 60 to 70. We're either going to flip or this will be a harsh resistance across the board. Unsure as of yet. All I know is that there was a seller sitting here earlier. Until I see interest above, I'm going to continue to think of it as our offer. Just makes sense. If we can flip it, then we can rotate back up and do the same rotations we did earlier, but until then, nothing's really changed here.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $76 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 4.175%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.82. The US is also due to sell $68 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4% and a prior bid to cover of 2.79.
Pushing down into next PT here on NQ off of our rejection of our previous seller. No change in anything that we talked about. Russell VWAP holding as resistance, ES VWAP holding as resistance, NQ offer held, pushing down into lows now. See what happens here as we rotate down into our reversion box. Sell side getting a little bit more aggressive. Rotating. If we look at footprint, does it make sense why I was looking at that area for where our offer is? Or our offer would be? Does that make sense? Yeah. Not sure if we get anything more below this 960, 950 area. Unsure. This is our previous 30-second day, 30-second opening range. So let's set to see how we interact down here. Yes, always is. When I see everyone in chat incredibly bullish and we're below our 30-second opening ranges, I'm just like, okay, well, this isn't going to end well for anyone. You guys are my sentiment bias.
Nasdaq 100 and S&P 500 indices at session lows now. We're shortly expecting the results from both the 3 and 6 month bill auctions.
As soon as I see Ty flexing Soxel, it's over. I'm flat here. I'll look for another opening. If you have the ability to hold runners, I think you're fine. I only had one contract left, so just exiting into a known area. If we can start to show interest below our ETH low, probably another leg down, I'd say. But until then, just going to be just gonna let this play a little bit. Build out. That's your ETH low that we're bouncing again, just wrist off. So see what happens as we come down now. And that is a close of my first trade of the day. See what happens now.
Yeah, we have got a live video on the feed. It has not started just yet, though.
We have some absorption into 960 above. Watching to see our offer sit there.
So Trump and El Salvador's president have now entered the White House. Questions were asked, none were answered, though.
Questions were asked, none were answered. Okay.
US stock indexes pairing their gains now. The S&P 500 up 0.8%, Nasdaq up 0.7%, and the Dow up 0.6%.
If we were going to offer anywhere, I would assume that this would be the most bearish area, right? The most aggressive for sellers would be into this. We've bounced our ETH low. We're now testing to see if this sell side is going to be sitting here for a continuation down. If they fail here, we rotate back up to our value edge.
3 month
into 20 to 30 above.
4.225% with a bid to cover of 2.96, 2.96. 6 month high rate 4.06%, 4.06% with a bid to cover of 2.8, 2.8. For the 3 months, the US sold $80 billion, awarding 2.22% of bids at high. And for the 6 months, the US sold $71 billion, awarding 96.78% of bids at high.
This is ES as well, retesting into our value edge. We watch to see if offer sits here, and then we continue down, or if we can recover, right? Same thing on Russell. Came down into target, now just retesting our PVC edge. Can it bid here and rotate up, or is this going to offer and then make a new low? Unsure as of yet. I'm personally not positioned for anything still. This just looks like a chop to me, just balance at this low edge. If you did short off of our value edges though, it's a fine entry. I'm just waiting. I think that this could easily be right side of V if we are able to hold the higher low into our next 15, but we've got another 8 minutes on this candle, so I'm just going to give it some time. Just looks like balance down here between our two pivots across the board. Yeah. Just don't want to be over positioned into like balance at our lows. Full rotations back down to our lows across the board. See if NQ can do the secondary leg below our ETH low, or if this is going to continue to hold as our bounce point. Don't really have too much. We've got our previous day value high down at 860. That would be my next target if ETH low becomes resistance. Until then, this is just our bounce. Again, just looking at this area as balance until we show interest below. Or I expect us to look below, bid, and then rotate back up. So want to see a very clear offer below this with Russell leading, ideally, and holding. And then we can play down into 860 to 880 if this offer holds. If not, then again, I just expect this to kind of hold these lower edges on NQ and then rotate back up. RTY leading down. Previous day value low is our target below. We'll watch for a bounce there on Russell. This is Russell target, previous day value high. Probably needs to retest up into 76 here from here. Watching NQ as well, just figuring out how we interact as we push back up into this edge. Is this going to trap and then rotate back through, or is this going to offer and hold? I think we probably have one more leg down on NQ into 850. I just don't know how much of a retest we're going to need from here. I could see Russell holding for a bit and then retesting this edge before we continue down, which would give us a bit of a pop. That's your full pathing on ES as well into 40
meeting has begun.
428. Russell has room if previous day value high holds its resistance here. We trade down into 69 and then 66 below.
We have posted the live video on the feed for those interested. It's again Trump, a meeting with El Salvador President Bukele.
Bukele, that's how you say it? I didn't know that. I'm personally, I don't know how much more room we'd have down. I really don't. I'd expect this 50 to 60 to hold on NQ. This is our previous day value high and target. This is Russell into previous day POC. Just need to see if we get one more leg down or not. I still would like to see a retest of ETH high, or ETH low, sorry, on NQ before we figure out what we're doing. Watch Russell into our previous day value high here on retest, see if we can get the continuation down or not. I don't have enough information down here. We have 3 minutes left on this 15-minute candle, and we have Trump speaking now. So to me, this makes a lot of sense as kind of our target. If we start to show interest below our previous day value, then we have a lot more room to play with. But to me, we need to see that happen first, and then we could do this rotation, and we can play that. But until then, right, like, it makes sense for bids to be here.
Says Iranian foreign minister told their Iraqi counterpart that the second round of Tehran-Washington nuclear talks will be held soon in Italy.
Again, if you have the ability to hold runners, there's nothing that's invalidated continued downside. If you are flat, then we're going to need a bit more information before we feel comfortable getting into a position. One minute till new 15s. So far bouncing our 850, 860 on NQ. Russell holding our previous day POC, trading back up to previous day value high here, just chopping. This is our retest on NQ that we were looking for into ETH low. Very curious to see how we interact here. New 15s.
Trump says markets are very strong once they get used to tariffs.
Very strong rejection at our ETH low on NQ. No change, just rotating between our two zones. Watching to see our interaction here again at previous day value high on NQ. We want to see a very clear look below and then hold of our offer. Or again, this is just our basing. If we can show our previous day value high as resistance, then we can trade down, right, into previous day POC as target. So we'll look for this reoffer on this look below if it's going to hold. I'm just going to delete this purple pathing, just make it a straight line so it's a bit cleaner. Russell coming into ETH low, ES coming into previous day value high. Again, just need to see a bit more from everyone, all participants here, for me to care. We have an idea of where we're headed. I'd like to see a bit more size come in. I think 807 is a pretty solid target, 810, that area. Watching our retest of previous day value as resistance as we come back and retest. Want Russell to be leading down with NQ. This is ETH low on ES. Same thing that happened on NQ is what we'll be watching for on ES now. Can previous day value high go resistance just like we did here on NQ? If so, then we can trade through.
Now, as we are seeing the S&P 500 pair its gains as well. Now just up 0.3%. Dollar extending losses down 0.2% now as well. So keep in mind in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, Fed's Barkin speaks on driving the economy through the economic fog before the Greater Greer Chamber of Commerce.
Back below 870 is kind of bearish, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why anyone is bullish, to be honest. But to each their own. Good job, man. Yeah, definitely. Sounds like you had a good one. It's your first day on your new funded, right, from last week? Oh, third day? Okay, nice. 2 more days and you get a payout. So, yeah. Just, yeah, exactly. Nice and steady. Don't go crazy. If you want to keep trading, I'd just go to either another eval or just do sim. But keep your profits on the day. Take a look at the ES volume for the day or for what? For down here? What am I looking at? Oh, yeah, yeah. I got you. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that there's interest down here. Again, like, this is previous day value high, so we're gonna hold, like, we want to be holding here, because if we fail, right, like, this is just going to be a rotation through Friday's value then, which is not good. I mean, it's good for us, because then we have, like, really solid targets, but bad for bulls if we can't find our edge here. Right, because if we were going to continue to going up, then we'd want this to be seen as, like, deep discount without having to retrace the entire Friday's value area. We want this value high to hold. But if this doesn't hold, then we're kind of in a shit situation. So really important that we find a bid down here and then do right side of a V. But until then, I'm just gonna treat every balance rotation that we have as sell side kind of leading until we see some sort of shift where we have more sellers caught off sides. There's good, decent size on NQ into that 810, 820, but
on stopping the Ukraine war very soon.
We need to see interest back above. So again, we've traded.
Now at the top of the hour, we're expecting possible comments from Fed's bargain.
We've traded into target here. This is our 30-second opening range from what 2 days ago, from I think Thursday. This is previous day POC. So we've done the rotation from this area. We want to see a very clear recovery of our previous day value high here. If this continues to hold its resistance, it's just going to continue to rotate between this 50-60 high and then this offer down into 800. So you're in a 60-point range right now, basically. If we can show interest above, then we can do rotations up. But we're going to have to see this hold and recover, ideally with Russell. I want Russell to show us the way. And then this is just going to be a rotation back into our ETH low. And then from here, we can figure out where we want to go. But I want to see RTY continue to show interest, and I want to see us pop over this value high here and not just absorb. If we can do that, then we can get a bit of a rotation up. Oh boy. You guys watched the new episode of The Last of Us last night? Yeah, Mario gave me a PoE key. I don't know how much I'm going to be playing of it, Rory. Those kind of games kind of, I don't know, don't really have interest in sitting there for 12 hours a day. I mean, it's literally, I mean, like, Varg, like, jokes about it, but, like, it's a 9 to 5, bro. Like, I just don't have the patience to sit in front of my computer anymore to play those kind of games. Not fun.
We're shortly expecting comments from Feds Barkin.
I still think like V Rising is the best version of that kind of game, where there's like a very clear like end point. I can still do like grind, I can fight the bosses, I can do whatever I want, but then like, there's a very clear like end goal, and then the game's over. I'm just so sick of like games that have a live service where all of my work. So you spend like 300 hours playing that game, and then the next patch like just ruins your build. Like there's nothing worse than that. That's just like, what's the point? Yeah, exactly. Like what? What am I doing? Like talk about a waste of time. I don't need a dev to ruin my experience. No, thank you. Yeah, like I'll probably play that, and that'll be like the only thing that I play, if anything. I just need something with like a very clear ending. I don't know. I mean, I'll give PoE a try, but not expecting much. I played the first one, so it's not like I don't know what I'm doing, right? Like I just
3.86%.
with that information, and like I already know that it's a grind. Yeah, there's no chill. Like you, those kind of games are not good for you, and you specifically. You're like all or nothing. I'm very similar. The problem with that one is like there's no like what's I don't know. Like what's the point? That's my problem. It's like, all right, cool. Like, what am I gaining? Like it makes sense when there's like PvP or some sort of like player versus player that like you're competing with, but when you're just like grinding to grind and then like your enemy is the dev, like that's where I'm just like, okay. Still having fun, yeah. I mean that's what matters. I've just after playing so much Diablo, it's just like again, like when your enemy is the dev, that's when the issues start. When like a single patch can just ruin your playing experience. Like that's not fun, man.
Trump says we'd help El Salvador build new prisons. And Keystone operator initiates a pipeline restart on Monday.
A lot of potential for a 3 bar down if we don't hold this low.
Trump says I will solve the Iran problem. Trump says the NVIDIA announcement on building AI servers came because of the election and tariffs. So the Trump comment on NVIDIA coming as reports earlier this morning noted that NVIDIA was to manufacture American-made AI supercomputers in the US for the first time. Trump says we'll do tariffs on imported pharmaceuticals. Again, Trump says we'll do tariffs on imported pharmaceuticals. Trump adding that we don't make our own drugs. Trump says all I have to do is impose a tariff.
Hell yeah. A lot of buyers offside here.
Just noting the S&P 500 just erasing its gains now around flat on the session. Again, Trump says pharmaceutical tariffs in the not too distant future.
Did you guys miss the tariff news? Oh yeah.
Trump says the stock market is up today.
Surely. we have a shitload of selling pressure into 800 to like 820 on NQ. Watching our retest into that, this is where buyers were absorbing sellers. We need to see if offer shifts here on retest. Really nice bid at our target on ES. Watching our rotation back into our value edge here. Watching to see if this is going to lead into more downside. Just keeping our
Nasdaq
lower
turns
highs.
negative, last down 0.2%.
Really watch our offer here as we push into this edge here on NQ. Again, this is where we saw the bid flip, where we've rotated. We should be looking for sell side to be sitting here to try to defend this absorption that was occurring before. If we flip back over this, there is potential for the buyer to come back in at that 800, 820, but we need to see a very clear flip. Until then, I look at this as offer. We have 30 seconds until new 15s. Again, retesting our seller here. Watching to see if we flip. It's very important that the bid steps back in here so that we can trap these guys at our lows.
Trump says Iran wants to deal with us.
Think of
but they
this
don't know
as
how.
your bottom, your look to try to get back into balance, right? So this is our edge.
Trump says another meeting.
We need
with
to
Iran
see a
on
very clear
Saturday.
look back above, or we just rotate in between these again. This yellow box, again, is where we need to see the bid be. And then we can rotate back up to 860,
Trump
880.
reiterates that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
If they fail here, then this is a very clear offer and then a new low. But I think that we probably rotate up into 865 here if we can see a bid step over 28. Watching Russell top of range. This is ES value edge.
Trump says Iran must give up its dream of a nuclear weapon or face a harsh response.
solid bid, holding our low of balance where we were seeing absorption before. Really no changes. Higher lows holding. ES holding our halfway back, retesting our resistance here. Still just looking for rotations up into our high. This is a great first risk off if you are playing off of the balance low from our 800 to 830.
Says, I'm looking to help car companies.
This is your rotation. We need to see a look above if we're going to bid. Would love to see 65 to 80 hold the supportive on retest.
Trump says, I'm a very flexible person.
Just risked off a bit more, watching to see our top edge hold.
So again, Trump says, looking at helping car companies with tariffs, car companies need a little bit of time. I'm a very flexible person. Trump says, I helped Tim Cook recently. I don't want to hurt anybody. Again, I speak to Tim Cook, says Trump. Trump says, I don't blame China or Vietnam.
Trump just reiterates that the EU is taking advantage of the US. EU has to come to the table, and they're trying to. Trump says EU doesn't take out products or cars. That concludes the press conference with Trump. Trump just saying that China and Vietnam are meeting to figure out how to hurt the US.
How would you want an American car in EU? Like, of course. Like, what? No one's buying that shit. EU cars are like 1/3 the size of American cars. Like, no one wants a big ass diesel car. Ugh. That's true. That's a good point, Sauce. Hmm. All right, so this is just a balance trade. We failed at the highs of our balance. We now have someone off sides. We need to be paying attention now that we have this guy. Right, this is now a look back down into our low balance. We're holding a lower high. If this can't get back over and bid very clearly to retest our highs, this is going to result in a rotation down. We then look for this to play. Probably get stopped out on my last contracts here. We shall see. Stopped. We'll see if we can get back in or if offer now holds. I'd want to see sell side really show a hold of this 800, 830 if we were going to continue down. Watching for reoffer now. Need us to look back below 800s and offer if this is going to continue down. 30 still holding. If bid is here, then there's no change and it's just going to be recovery and rotation through balance. If this fails, then we look for that offer to step below 800s and hold resistance for continuation down. The only way we get more downside pressure is if sell side sits here and gets us back below 800 flat. If that can't happen, then it's just going to be rotations back up. We have 30 seconds until new 15s.
Good morning, everybody.
What's up?
Not much. Little bit of compression, it looks like. At least our range tightening a tad. In retrospect, I mean, ES is still 100 points on the day, but whatever. What's up, Rory?
New 15s. Contemplating life.
What is Rory's viewpoint of contemplating life? Is it whether to eat ground beef with rice or rice with ground beef? Is that the big question for the day?
Yeah, same. To be honest, unless bid like really steps in here, sell side looks pretty likely. But we need to show interest below 800s. If they can show interest below 800s, I believe sell side. If not, then we're just going to be able to punish here. If offer can't step down and aggressively like sweep this, then sell side just gets stuffed, and then we look for a move over like 880 for upside. This is just a really tough area until we see that seller step below. Doing another full rotation off that failure from sellers to get us below 800. Again, need to see buy side step over 880 for upside, or it's just going to be another balance rotation. There's no shift as of yet. That's Weeble, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So this is our full rotation into 880 on NQ. See if we can lift above and bid, or if offer sits here again. It's the same as before, where we need to show interest here, or we just step back below and then do the rotation. Look below, look back below. If the offer can hold, then we rotate down. If offer can bid, or sorry, if we can bid here into our edge, then we can rotate up into our value edge.
Kazakhstan's energy minister says oil output in the first 13 days of April down 3% from the March average.
What's up, Ratio?
Good morning.
Yes, into top of range here, into our value edge. Russell trying to recover previous day value. Super important that we're able to maintain this higher low and our structural break. If we can do that, we should be able to push into our value edge on NQ if we can hold here. If this fails and rotates back down, then we're just going to follow this downside pathing that I have. Yellow is neutral, red would be retest, lower high, and then continuation down. So just paying attention here to see if we can find a flag here, right, into our top edge for this next rotation up. If we can, then we're bullish. If we fail, right, then we're bearish. Russell doing a decent job holding so far on our structural break. Previous date value high. Need to see Russell and ES and NQ show similar structural push, or we're just going to get stuffed here again, and then we look for that rotation back below 60 and then offer through. Just need to continue to see buyers continue to hold here at our previous day value high edge and rotate us up. As long as Russell's doing what it's doing right now, we're in an okay spot for upside. We just need to see the same thing on NQ and ES. If buyers can't do this and break this downtrend, that's when we run into issues, right? This look back below value and then a reoffer, because that leads to this rotation down. As long as we're just kind of chopping here, that's not a bad sign, right? We just need to see us show interest above with Russell continuing. You have to start to get worried for that rotation down below 57.
Bookmap enjoyer.
Watching our offer. This is our test on NQ. Good bid on Russell. It depends how you're using Bookmap, because a lot of Bookmap is not, it's like limits. It's showing you like where limits are, but you can set it up where it's showing like past liquidity that's actually been taken. It just depends like which component you're using a Bookmap. A lot of Bookmap is just like, it's basically like an overlay of the DOM on your chart. So it's like showing you where like limits currently are on the DOM. But you can set it up where you can like see actual volume that's been traded and transacted. It just, there's so many different aspects of Bookmap that it's hard to like give a general, like, yeah, that's what it's doing, because it just depends on what settings you have on. I think like the biggest use that people use it for is just it shows like pulling and stacking very well. It's like a visual aid. And like where resting liquidity is. But I don't know if like that has a ton of edge. That's probably like the thing that I'd probably use the least if I was using Bookmap. But I think it's like the most common use for it, which is interesting.
I think with even on top of that, with order flow, it's much better to be reactionary than anticipatory to a certain extent. Like, where there's a big band of liquidity shown in Bookmap doesn't mean we're actually going to trade it, or does it mean that it's an area we're going to like pause at? Yeah, I agree, Aram. But I also think that's even what I just said, like that's something that you can see pretty clearly on a footprint if you like pay attention, you know?
Yeah. I think Bookmap, wow, is a great tool to use in the beginning when you're learning like order flow. the concepts of it because it visually shows it pretty clearly. But I think afterwards it's not needed, personally. But yeah, I think a lot of like the best features of it are like their little side features. Like the iceberging is cool, the little like volume delta bubbles are cool. But I think like the visualization of like limits being placed is kind of like like it's good for like PTs, I guess. Other than that, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There's a new Black Mirror season. Who knew? I feel like last season was kind of mid. Looks good. I'll give it a try. I will be right back. Russell's still holding where it needs to, so buyers are still present. I still think we can get the rotation up as long as Russell's holding. We lose momentum on Russell, and Q's not going to be able to pop. I'll be right back.
So in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Fed's Waller due to speak on the economic outlook at an event hosted by the Chartered Financial Analyst Society of St. Louis. A text and Q&A are both expected.
Russell lost some momentum, retesting our lows. Yes, held our top edge, rotating back down to previous day value high here into 15. If we offer this edge on NQ, then it's going to be a full rotation down. So really need to see Russell find a double bottom here. And we want to trap, or again, this is just going to rotate through. into our low of balance here, into our 806, 828 area. This is where you should be risking off if you are short, and we look for a lower high to be put in here. Retest of our previous day value high. And then from there, we look for one leg down into below, right? Just it's pathing. Just watching this. As long as Russell doesn't have momentum, then NQ's kind of screwed. Testing our low now, previous day POC on NQ. This is where we either find a bid on a look below and then recovery, or we'll do our rotation down into 767 off of a failure here. Sell side needs to step down, or we find bids and then do our balance rotation for our lower high. Just risked off my first contract off the recovery into our top of range. This is where we expect our offer to be sitting, if it was going to be sitting anywhere. Into R60. If we can't recover 80s, then I look for more downside. Just following pathing again. This is where we watch. You need to see a very clear lift above this if we're going to continue higher.
Now at the top of the hour, Fed's Waller speaks on the economic outlook at an event hosted by the Chartered Financial Analyst Society of St. Louis. A text and Q&A are both expected at the top of the hour.
He said that was a mouthful.
Maybe it's your ears, old man.
There's your lower high. Rotation back down to our 28. if you took a short off of our 60, this is your first risk off. We need to see sell side step below, just like our pathing shows. Or we just do another rotation here. We want to see Russell break down with it for follow through. We need to get below this like 800, 810. And then show like a very clear offer. We do that, then we make new downside. Yeah. Actually.
One minute now until we expect the text release from Fed's Waller. For any users that are still connected to the Financial Juice site, just keep in mind that we have had to take the site down for technical reasons. We'll be continuing to post on our X account, which is at Financial Juice, so you can follow the headlines live there. Apologies for the inconvenience with this. Ten seconds.
Microsoft Tesla here, tiny lower lows.
Seeing the text release here from Fed's Waller then says if the current 25% average tariff rate stays for some time, inflation could peak near 5%. Says I believe higher inflation from tariffs will be temporary. In this large tariff scenario, a drag on output and employment could be longer lasting and unemployment could rise to 5%. Under large tariff scenario with significant economic slowdown, Waller says I'd favor cutting the policy rate sooner and more than previously thought. In a scenario where tariffs drop down to 10%, inflation could peak at 3%. Under the 10% average tariff could see limited effects on economic activity. I would support a limited monetary policy response. Under a smaller tariff scenario, the Fed could be more patient with rate cuts and could take place in the latter half of the year. Fed's Waller adds that policy is highly uncertain. The Fed should remain flexible. Partial tariff suspension may have widened the range of possible outcomes and made timing less certain. Inflation expectations have not become unanchored. I expect inflation to return to a more moderate level in 2026.
Need to see a bit at 30
restricting with economic activity.
as we rotate down here,
I hope underlying inflation will continue
or nothing has
to moderate.
changed.
Waller adds that in Q1, the economy was growing modestly and the labor market was solid. Inflation too high, but making slow progress. Amola adds that March's PCE 12-month inflation likely was about 2.3%. Core PCE likely was 2.7%.
$30 holding, watching our offer again into top of balance. Again, no change in any of our levels, just same rotations. Seller caught off, or sorry, buyer caught off sides above 80. Rotated back into balance, did our balance rotation, same as before. We are now here again. We watch for a bid here. This is our low of balance here into 806. If this can step below, then all we've done is trap above. Weeble's been halted 4 times today.
Seriously?
Oh,
It's not even that like volatile today.
it's up 443%.
Oh wait. Like the stock, it's been halted?
Yeah.
Okay. For some reason I thought like I was thinking about the platform.
Hmm.
But that wouldn't make sense when you said halted anyways.
There's no shift in anything. It's the same balance as before. As long as Russell is holding in this range, you're not going to get a huge break on either side, in my opinion. It's just, again, buyer at 806, seller at 880. We look for excess on either edge below. And then if we rotate back in, it's just a balanced rotation in between. You need to see sell side or buy side actually hold one of these edges. As soon as we don't hold one of these edges, then we can look for more, right? On this retest with our stops above. Just like this is our bid, and we look for a push up. But if these fail, then we just rotate through. Like there's nothing here. There's nothing. Like it is very clear where the buyer and seller is. So when we get an excess below, when we get an excess above, all we're looking for is this rotation through. We go come back down to this, and then we rotate back up. And that's just with a flat RTY. We need to see this thing like actually break out if we're going to get more, or it's just going to continue to do these rotations until someone's stuck offsides enough for us to actually get out of here. $40 seconds till new 15s. New 15s opening now.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation data. 34 counterparties take $102.838 billion at the Federal Reserve Repo operation.
Full rotation again here on NQ. Same thing with ES, just in our balance, back to our 60 here. Again, need to show interest and a willingness to hold above previous day value high, or there's going to be no change. We ideally get that move with Russell popping and actually showing interest. Without Russell breaking out of this balance, I just don't see upside or downside pressure. I just see balance rotations continuing. So we really need to see this pop and hold. Or more of the same.
Just seeing here, quote from an ex-post, Sam Onward saying GPT 4.1 and Mini and Nano are now available in API.
See if we can do it on this test. Russell back into our highs. NQ attempting our edge here. Bid is at 60. Trying to shift this back up. Excuse me. This is target here into our previous wick high. Need to take out this 20 if we're going to go any higher, or this is just going to be it for short term. You need to get back over ETH low on NQ. Just keep an eye on Russell for a continuation. As long as we have momentum on this, we've got room. Watch for our test into our VWAP and our PVZ. This fails, right? Then we rotate back through. So super important that we are able to hold this edge at our halfway back for a higher low, and then a continuation higher. If this fails, again, it's just going to be a bit rough for the continuation idea. RTY testing halfway back.
See if we get some excitement here in the next minute. We have to wait another half hour.
Retest of previous day value high here on NQ. This is our pivot. Bid is either found here or we offer below and then rotate our balance again. $30 seconds till new 15s. Bid holding so far. Watching Russell retest. If lower highs continue, then no change. Need to see a very clear pop. Full rotation of balance off a failure there. Back to our 30. Watch your offer into 90. We push up. for a bid to have any sort of validity, I need to see 90 to 900 on NQ go supportive on a very clear look back above in bid, or it's just going to be our offer sitting into previous POC. Okay. Need to see RTY show weakness here, or this is just going to be another bid. Same thing with NQ here into 60s. We're still holding our 90 to 900 POC of our sell side candle, but again, with a flat Russell, you're not getting large movement here. It's just going to be chop. Just a bid at our 45s on NQ, our offer at 90 to 900 above. Same thing, Russell holding previous day value high is supportive, rotating back up to PVC value low from previous period. Just chop. Until you get a breach on Russell, I really don't think that you get large movements on NQ. Doesn't make sense. I'm just going to keep moving this over because nothing is changing. RTY coming up into our high of range here off of bouncing our low at previous day value high. NQ looking above. Really important that we see a secondary bid step in here or buyers are going to get exhausted. We really need some excitement. Failure to show any excitement is just going to result in another rotation through. So again, really important that we start to see bids show interest. Bit of excitement coming in. Let's see if Russell can do it. Looking into our VWAP, top of range here. Same with the ES into VWAP, top of range. Very nice look over on NQ. See if we can do the rotation. We can see that buyer trying to step in here at 20s. We can show interest over this 50. I think 990 is pretty likely on NQ. We just need to show interest. If there's a failure here, this is a really great risk off. This is our edge. We are looking to see if a bid can hold here. This is our first target. Next target, again, 990. If we can show interest on Russell outside of this range. If we lose momentum here, that's probably all we get off of this little pop. So we need to see interest now from Russell. Watching our edge here on NQ. We know that we have liquidity at 20. So as long as that is holding, I'm okay with any dip, but then we need to see a very clear pop over 50s. Without that, again, like it just doesn't make sense to look for more.
The same with ES. It is farther through the LVN, but if it doesn't get in the node, it doesn't get in the node.
Bids here, or I think it's probably over for short term. Again, we need to see if this liquidity is going to hold. Not really looking for anything deeper, or it's just going to look like another potential offside with loss of momentum on Russell into VWAP. Watching our halfway back on RTY for a bid, ideally. We want a higher low. Right, we're looking to see if bids can be found here, and then if we can rotate up or any sort of shift on Russell structure. It's going to be very difficult to actually breach if we don't see this. There was a bid that was found on NQ where we thought it would be, but we need to see the lift over 50s here, or it means nothing. Excuse me. RTY into resistance here. Watching to see if we can build above VWAP on retest. POC attempting to shift. If it loses momentum, it's going to be pretty hard for any sort of continuation. We've got POC here on NQ from previous candle at 40. Just continue to see if that bid will hold there. This is how my chart looks like. Right, just our two zones.
I hate this ES pause here. What is he in this node?
Not a lot here if Russell has lost momentum. I'd like to see a retest of view up to let us know for sure. Something like this. And then we figure out what we do from there. We want to see like a very clear bid and hold back over this, or offer is going to start to drag us down again in this box. See if bid can step. Need to show interest over 70s on NQ for upside. Or it's just going to be a lower high and then a just offer stepping down and then a rotation down to like 920. Same thing on Russell. Need to show this interest here. Pop over these, break these lower highs. What's up, Ty?
Hello, friend.
This is our test into our offer here on NQ. We are pushing into our target here on NQ off of our hold of our 40 to 50. Rotation up. Finally got through that offer. I think this is a great area to risk off a little. If we can build above, we should be able to trade to 20 to 30 above, which is our reversion target. It's our 15-minute VWAP into that 10 to 30 above. So just watching to see how we interact here. Again, really great risk off if you are in from bottom of balance or our bid at our 920 or our 940. Watching for reactions now. This is Russell PVZ target. We were able to build over our VWAP on retest on RTY and ES. Targets above for ES are 59 and 64. Sorry, 66. So your PVZ's levels. So just keeping an eye on it. I've moved my stop up. Again, your 15-minute reversion is at 020, 030 on NQ for your 15-minute VWAP there. Trump speaks at 3 p.m., by the way.
Oh. Yes, coming into this middle node. Value high. 10 more points. Once again, slightly leading structure to NQ as NQ is testing into this node.
I mean, we can keep going. I'm flat here. We'll see what happens. Been waiting for this reversion target for a while now, so I'm good to go. If we can pop over this and show interest, then I'll consider getting back in, but that's it for me for right now. So this is like one of the more challenging areas that I think that you guys struggle with, which is flat Russell with NQ trading and balance. And we talk about this all the time about how you don't look for breakdown until we see RTY actually show that weakness as well. And you just trade balance. And I think it's one of those things that you like have to constantly remind yourself about, where it's like, if Russell isn't showing that weakness and NQ is trading in like a very clear balance, then all you're looking for is excess on edges and then the rotation back through, right? And it's one of those things where like you're going to continue to get pushed off sides if you don't respect that. So when we find these kind of areas where we look for excess outside of balance, right? We found this area at 806 to 830 where buyers were getting absorbed, or where buyers were absorbing sellers. And every time we popped back through it, we then found that buyer again and then rotated our range, right? So all we're looking for is excess outside of our top, which we identified, into our 880, right? And our low into our 806. And then we just identify where those players are, those participants, and then we look for the push back in and we look for the rotation through. And as long as we're understanding that we're not looking for a larger breakdown unless we see a very specific price action, which is this, which is a excess that's created at our highs, a rotation through our range, an offer that then steps down, and then a push back below and hold of our offer at our edge, right? Like this has to be the short. If we get this setup, that leads to downside. Without it, it's just going to be this again, which is a trap, and then a rotation through, retest of our basing, and then rotation up. Right? It's just over and over and over again. Oops, I did not mean to do that. So without that lower high being put in, and then the offer stepping down, there's just like not a great look for sell side at our lows, because we know that there's a buyer here, and every time we recover it, we pop. So if Russell's flat and our NQ balance is holding, and we're seeing the same participants actively trading our edges, then we can't really have a bias because we're not seeing what we need for the catalyst for the downside. Does that make sense? No? Yes? What would the Russell breaking down look like? I mean, it never once made lower highs. Right? So as NQ was just rotating this, all we were doing was building higher lows. So we needed to see this weakness below for that to happen, or it was just going to bid. You see how in our extreme low, when we hit into the 730 on NQ, this was our lowest that we saw the Russell go. And then every attempt in NQ balance was just a higher low that we put in on RTY as this was rotating. So we needed to like see a very clear shift back below this, or it's just choppy upside. Our big pivot for me, Ty, was we had a very clear supportive structure at previous day value high to previous day POC. And that's where I was looking for the breakdown, right? So our push below this and the weakness. Instead, what we saw was the ability to hold our previous day POC, right? And previous day value high as supportive structure for rotations up. So without that, you don't really have the breakdown. It's just a rotation from here to here over and over again until we are able to actually build above our VWAP as supportive. Does that make sense with the structure levels there? Okay. Let's look at it on footprint as well, because I think it's important. So what can we see here on this? Okay, so first of all, I guess I'm going to ask you a couple questions. What do we see? What's the difference between these lows and these highs? What are we doing up here? Can you see anything that we are potentially doing into these highs based off of footprint? Well, we were getting absorbed for a little bit. Okay. So another way to put that is we have clear sell side liquidity above us based off of our stacked imbalances from the sell, right? So as we rotate down, we have to take out these sell side imbalances that we've created, right? Or supply, correct? So when we test into them, we're seeing that that supply is still existing, but we're taking out that liquidity that's there. So we have these two areas where we've taken out that liquidity and we're rotating back down into these lows. What are we seeing that's happening into our lows? What can we say? What's happening to these sellers down here? Yeah, they're not really pushing at all, right? They're not able to. A lot of selling pressure, but not a lot of movement actually below. And what do we see happens from once we've taken out this liquidity off of our news candle? What happens into this low? Higher low? Sure, okay. Well, from our news candle, we have a ton of selling pressure that goes untested, right? And they're maintaining offsides. And then we have bids that start to aggressively pop us, right? So we have this demand that's below us that's still intact. And we're seeing that price is now able to hold our value from this candle. So we're holding the void, right, or the imbalance that was created from buyers on the pop-up. We're now seeing this as where our bid has now moved, right? So from these lows, we've now moved up, and we've taken out the liquidity above us from sell side. So we're now seeing a bit of a shift where buyers are now willing to start to hold higher lows, right? So we're seeing sell side fail at higher and higher places, and we're starting to see that bid step up ever since we got this bid to come in, right? This buyer. We're now seeing secondary buyers step in at a higher and higher price now that we've taken out this liquidity. This is target on ES. I don't know.
About to say 65s.
This is Russell target as well. If we get anything more, then you get a lot more. Or this is just going to be where we end for a bit. We need to definitely show interest here at our like 10 to this 15 to like 25 on NQ needs to kind of hold us supportive. We need to show interest above our reversion target and our 15-minute VWAP. So if we can do that, then we have more upside potential. If this can't hold, it's going to be a bit tough. I'm just going to delete this now that this is played. And we are now looking for support to be here from our value high to POC of previous candle, ideally. Just make this a yellow zone. We look for a pop. Is this a decent setup on the 30-minute? For what, a buy? Is that what you're saying? I don't think there's anything wrong playing with that value to POC there for a bid. That's where you should be looking. I think it's a pretty clear area there where like buyers are going to hold that, or it's going to be our offer point on a look below, right? So I feel like the risk is pretty solid there if you're going to play it back up to value of the next candle. But that's just me. Like we have a very clear value edge there.
Is that not literally the setup we worked for like a half hour on the other day? Okay.
This reoffer is going to be really important to let us know if that was the top or not for short term. This is our retest of our 15-minute VWAP off Globex. Watching for Russell to find its low. We need to see bids really show interest here and get us back over 30. Why am I looking at 30? What's here? Yeah. Yes, it's your reoffer, right? Where our seller is sitting. So if we find liquidity here at POC of previous candle, right? Even if we find liquidity here, we still need to get over this, or what is this going to be? Our lower high, right? Reoffer and then continuation down. Yeah, so we need to see a very clear interest above, or that is your first risk off if you're buying that that bid into our low at tens, right? We need to show interest above that, or it's just an offer and then it'll step down below the buyer at tens and then continue downward. Bid really trying. No, we don't look at free channel that much. Unless we're tagged.
Probably should. I forget it even exists. That's probably bad to say, but
But let me delete that post. That is clearly a scam. Thank you. If you look at 30-minute at 050 to 060, it was a breakout form from last night. Resistance, then support. Yeah, it's a sorry, excuse me. It's a shift back into our previous auction there. So like if that continues to fail, then it just makes no sense to look for more upside until you can get back over that. But if we can, then I think once we show interest over 70s, then rotations back up to like 220, 230 makes sense. Until then, it just makes sense for offer to be sitting here. Like if we look at this, right, there's like a very clear seller here. That was our bid on the flip. That's why we have this labeled like this. So I think as long as this can easily be like our target for upside, but if we can push over the 70, then I think we can probably rotate up into these highs. But if this continues to hold, I just don't see really anything here, except for rotations back down to fix some of the structure. But I think if, again, like if we can show interest over previous day, previous, what is this, week value high at 70s, then rotations up to our deviation on our VWAP up into like 120 makes sense. But until then, it's just looking a little choppy here, trying to get us back over this. All we're doing right now is just building on our VWAP, which is here. Fire's still sitting at 010. Russell still maintaining higher lows, just chopping at our PVZ value. Need to see a side break for anything more. 50 seconds until new 15s. New 15s opening now. Another full rotation off 010s into new 15s, back to our offer into 30 to 40. Need to see it step above, or sell side will just sit here again. Russell leading up. We want RTY to continue to lead up here, get us over this offer on NQ. Watching our retest on Russell. Come on.
If you get this ES lift, and show with Russell hitting its head on this edge. Let's see, about 77 and then 88. It's like your kind of like primary past auction, current value high. Your Globex value high is there at 85, right into that target as well. Then sell node at 90.
Yeah, I agree, Ty. I think 70 first target, though. If we take out 70s, then I agree with your 120. See if we can hold this edge where sell side was 30 to 40. Play it up with Russell. I'm out half here into 70, looking for more. I keep flashing this 80-85. I don't know. Took off 2 into 80. I'm just going to leave runners now. Moving my stop to break even at 45. Russell POC is shifted to 92, 93, just that area. Might need to look for a retest there, we'll see. This is a good higher low on RTY, so I'm not too concerned. As long as we can start to maintain this push above our highs. The furthest I'd like to see a pullback happen if this breakout fails on Russell, again, would just be to this POC down here. Bullish as long as that maintains. But again, just very clear higher lows right now. Just channeling up on Russell. Just a bit concerned about how much like liquidity is just sitting up here into this 80-85 on NQ. Which is why I took a little risk off. But if we pop through it, then I don't think we have any issues. This is ES coming into our 30-second opening range and previous low, which could be an issue. I'm unsure. I'm thinking like 85 is definitely going to be a really solid target, like 82, 85. And if we can start to show that it's supportive, then I could see us rotating up to like 97 to 500. But we got to show interest back above this previous low, right? Or we're just going to hit our heads on this. I'd like to see something more so like that. I might get stopped out. I'm just gonna leave it. Got 2 left. Just watching for Russell to find a low. This is where I'd like to see ES bid. Halfway back in PVZ as we push down into this. I'm not worried, but I'm a bit I don't know what the right word is. I'm thinking that we might need to come back down to retest these POCs. Same thing on ES. If we put in a lower high here, what is going on? So we're really keeping an eye on Russell to see if we can hold these structural higher lows. Right? If we can bounce here, amazing. We don't need more. But let's say like this halfway back on ES just puts in a lower high, then I'm thinking we might need to do something like this first before we can keep going. So really keeping an eye on our offers here. See if Russell can breach. I got stopped break even on my last contracts there, by the way. So I'm just waiting. The lower high is doing the thing, right? We're holding 70 again on offer on NQ. Yes, got a bid, but then we're doing the rejection. Watching our test here. I'm thinking we have to go down to POCs. Same thing with Russell. Just keep an eye on this. See if we can hold our halfway back, or if this is going to have one more leg down into this, and then we figure out what we do from here. Not a political post. From the Republican Patriots talking about the left. How is that not a political post?
Doesn't sound political to me. You know? I don't know much, but you know.
What about that is not political? Please explain.
Thank God we aren't dumb. Have you ever heard me talk? What are you talking about?
I don't think that's a fair comparison, but that's all I'll say. Yeah, I guess. All right, let's see how Russell reacts here at our POC shift at 92, 93. This is where I'd like to see bids hold if we were going to continue, ideally. We push down into this. Offer sitting at 60 on NQ. We might not need to see that last leg down on ES, depending on what Russell does here. Watching as we pop down, we need to see then a recovery of this node and then a continuation up. We're gonna hold here. Or again, it's just going to start to lose our higher lows. Into our offer at 60. Russell finding that bottom. Let's see if we can push over here. Need to get over this node. 96. I'll make this obvious. Back down to our bid here at 45. See what happens. 60 offer held. Russell failed to breach over 96. Offer attempting to lower here into 40. It can. 40 offer can hold, then rotation down to 20s, where our last buyer was, makes sense, 20 to 15. And then we look to see if there's going to be any sort of like wrong liquidity here for a pop back through. Russell still holding our POC shift. Offer a bit off sides into that low, still getting absorbed into 30 to 40. They need to step that thing down, or we need to very clearly show interest over 70 off of this pop. Russell leading. Pretty weak bid into that high. Retesting our offer here. Why is my path tool so scuffed lately?
Final half hours.
I personally have no interest playing this edge at 30-40 until we see either a look below and then a bid back up, or from this 30-40 a rotation and push over our 70. It's too precarious here with Russell where it is. Like, I'd either need to see some sort of excess below that's trapped, right down into this, or I'm just gonna wait. I don't think it's worth trying to play this edge until we see it look back in. To me, it just feels like sell side, slow grinding down, holding POC as resistance, and then we're targeting a push down into this VWAP on our weekly VWAP at 10s. I'm looking for like dip liquidity to eat here, and then us to get back over 40 and then pop if we're going to do it. See what happens here. Bit of momentum on RTY sell side. 30-40 holding offer so far on NQ. Just watching to see where liquidity is going to be found. See if the bid can do it. News bots for sure down, by the way.
That's true. I haven't even thought about that recruit in a while. Come on, buyers.
My first risk off, playing off the recovery of this edge, just playing into our offer. Need to see interest over 70s for more. Or this is just going to be a rotation of our balance here. Watching Russell to see if we can actually get the break. Listen, this needs to get over this edge, or we're going to offer down. It is really important. Into our top edge here, taking off a little bit more risk, watching to see if we can get this breach. Russell leading up. RTY leading, pushing into our 30-second opening range low here and previous low at 900. Just in runners now. We got our rotation back down to our POC shift on ES, and now our pop up following pathing. Got our look below, and then recovery of our edge on NQ. Path applying, right? So now just in runners, watching for any sort of continuation. It's just a liquidity grab after a failure. Got stopped out on my first attempt and then just went back in. Stop was too tight. I really don't have much left here. I mean, we could easily oscillate this back down on NQ if offer can't get back over 70s. Just rotation back down to 30s, 30, 40. With Russell losing momentum at our previous low. You've got MOC 5 minutes, not even 4 minutes. So just be careful. Stop on my final contracts is just 30.
It might be OP.
And Trump has ended his remarks at the White House, making no comments on tariff or trade policy. So 1 minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
Watching for a rotation down to like 95 here. Watch your reoffer 30-40. MOC close. 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Your tag into your
Market on close
95.
imbalance, S&P 500, sell side 232 million, Nasdaq 100, sell side 559 million, Dow 30, sell side 111 million, Mag 7, sell side 332 million.
You're in a short off of 30-40 or higher. You're okay, but if we start to find liquidity here, you have to be very careful because this is just a VWAP.
This is essentially your ES target.
Yeah.
That weekly up as well. I think 10 minutes on the day.
Yeah, I'm done. RTY, another bottom at our POC shift. No change. Just bouncing off our PVZ value. Watching to see if we can recover this edge here on NQ.
Full node oscillation here on ES. 4 minutes on the day. If you're in any shorts, I would just close them up. We probably can look through the LBN, but I don't know if it's worth it.
Russell retesting our edge low here. See if a bid happens or if it rotates down. I think if Russell loses this edge, probably head down to 920, 880 on NQ. But if bid can be found here on Russell, then I just don't see why we'd be looking for it. I think this makes for a really good first target into 920. And then if this doesn't find a bid here, then like a push down into our POC shift down at 70 to 80 makes a lot of sense for your last leg into close. So it's really important to see if our bid is still here and if it can breach over our 50s, or if this is going to hold and then rotate down. Watching Russell retest our edge as resistance. Here's your bid at 20s and rotation to 50. Again, this is where if offer was going to be sitting, I'd want to see it here for that last leg down into close. You have 40 to 20 seconds left, so I'm not sure if you get it, but that would be what I'd be targeting, especially if Russell can't get back over, right? Then we target this into close or into Globex for this last leg. That's the bow.
Ding, ding, ding.
How do you guys feel about today? Not my auction, bruh. I think if this 20 doesn't hold on NQ, then like a push down into 60 to 80 on NQ makes a lot of sense for a retest of that breakout. Especially if Russell can't do anything here. But I don't know how long that's going to take into close, especially if liquidity comes here again. I think it just makes a lot of sense to look for this. Let me delete this. 880, 860. This is where we watch. Up 300, so better than down 300. True. 300 is no joke. Yeah, definitely not an enjoyable market, that's for sure. Nice, Abu.
Is that more enjoyable, Rom, than like the whiplash, or less enjoyable?
Yeah, like staying in trades for multiple. What I was in along from 1 to 230. It's just like that kind of feels bad when we're just kind of like slow grinding up. It's just not great. Last week up 2,500 on just Thursday, Friday, so feel good about that. Yeah, definitely. $6K every day. Sheesh. Missed the last half of the day. Don't mind at all. Yeah, I mean, today was a no action midday kind of thing. Sucks. And then the end of day, like just a lot of people are done. Mentally drained by the time that we start getting anything.
Yeah. Alright guys, I'm gonna go eat some lunch. It'll be a really small chill class. I just wanna like continue to review what we went over last week. We're holiday week this week, so it will be quite chill. Alright. I will see you all in 30 minutes.
Peace.
Adios.
Yeah, there's probably one more leg down. Again, just into this target. Only makes sense. You look for a bid at 900s. That could invalidate this just into our deviation on VWAP, but I think push down into 880, 860 makes a lot of sense. Retest previous day value. Just move stops down if you're still in a position. Russell just looks like it wants to head. It's gravitating towards that POC VWAP area from the shift, right? Just rotating down off this failure here. Again, I don't know how long this will take, but that's my general thought, is that we're rotating back down into that area. Yeah. Not a lot of questions today. Pretty silent chat. If you guys need help or if you have questions about anything I'm talking about, you gotta let me know. Hopefully, no questions means everyone's on the same page. But if not, you know, please say something. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Enjoy class. And yeah, goodbye. You don't have to make more money, Abu, to switch to live. You just have to be consistent. That's all. It seems like you're doing really well. Don't aim for a monetary goal. They just want consistency. If you're up every day and you're showing good risk to reward on your trades, you'll go to live, I promise you. We've got a lot of members that are on live accounts now, and they're not making 6K a day. They just want consistency. They want to make sure that you're not lottoing and you're not just getting lucky. You show that you're getting consistent payouts, they'll switch you to live, no problem. They just want to make sure when you switch over to live that you're not going to blow up, right? The monetary value is like, it's whatever. They just want a bunch of live traders who are consistently profitable for more than like a week. I promise you that. So I wouldn't focus too much on monetary goals. Just keep doing what you're doing. It seems to be working. And you will switch. I mean, and again, like you, honestly, you need to also be very careful if you do switch over to live because your fills are not going to be the same. You have to remember that like your fills on sim are going to be very different, especially if you're using a strategy that requires a lot of like micros. Your fills are going to be a little bit more inconsistent when you switch over to live from sim. Like especially if you're trading like 50 micros, you know, 25 micros, like getting that filled like you do on sim is not going to be as easy as you. There's going to be a little bit of a divergence. Just because of liquidity, but those are things to keep in mind. Like if you can continue to make money on sim, there's no problem staying on sim. That's all I'm trying to get at. Is like it's cool as like a badge of honor to get switched over to live, but you run into a lot of new issues with live account. So just remember that. Yeah, your goal should always be to take consistent payouts on the sim account, start to build your own portfolio, right? With your own cash on the side, right? Basically use your sim to fund your own so that you don't have to take payouts anymore. And then you have your sim, your evals to always fall back onto, but then you can take your full money out every time without having a cut from a prop firm, right? You want to be able to do what's in your best interest to exponentially grow, right? 3 to 5 is a lot of liquid. That's a lot of leverage. It's a lot of leverage. I think it's fine to do that on a prop account, but when you switch over to your actual cash, I would stick to like 1 to 2 with real money. Just want to be really careful not to screw yourself over. But again, you seem to know what you're doing, so but those are just things to think about because a lot of people have strategies that work really well in sim, and then they'll go over to live, and all their fills are just garbage. All of a sudden, they're not getting what they want or what they were getting. Yeah. All right, man. You have a good one. Hopefully I'll see you on Wednesday, my next free day. Peace.